20 gifted subs. That is right. For 20 gifted subs, I will lick the Switch cartridge. Hi everybody. Hope everyone's having a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to more Final Fantasy, because I missed it on Thursday. I was just relaxing on Thursday because I've been like streaming a lot lately, and that's just gonna continue. I'm gonna continue streaming a lot because I like it, I'm enjoying it, and also Final Fantasy is looming in the near distance, so you know I gotta keep doing it. Also, welcome in Empty. Thank you for being first. I'm doing well, thank you. Welcome in Check. Remember, 20 gifted subs until you like streaming. Yeah, I know, like a wild concept, right? It's almost like I did do this as a hobby or something. I mean, was it a bit? Is like VTubers actually don't like streaming? Is that like the bit? Yeah. I had a really busy day today. Actually, I was basically out all day. Totally a bit. Oh. Well, it's not a bit for me. I like streaming. I enjoy this shit. What do you mean I spent a lot of money on a hobby? What? But yeah, I was out for a majority of the day. Basically, like today, I wanted to explore a little bit more of the area that I live in now. So we were out all day, like looking at new stores, finding places we could go, and it was really good. We spent a lot of money today. It was kind of that hurt. That part about it hurt, but it was a really fun day. I enjoyed myself. And then we just came home. I got ice cream, and now I'm here. So we're gonna be playing Final Fantasy. Oh yeah. In the middle of that, I actually I have a funny little story. I actually had already talked about this in Velcord, but your girl gotta explain herself to the IRS. Because I made a really stupid mistake that'll take like 2 seconds to fix, so I just gotta call them. Yeah. For those of you on stream that are not a part of the Velcord, basically, I got a letter from the IRS, and they were just like, "Hey, why is your deduction like that?" I was like, "What?" But like they didn't just ask like, "Why is your deduction like that?" They were just like, "Hey, can you explain this? Can you like submit like the schedule for this?" So if you haven't ever done your taxes before, like have somebody else do it for you. When you do your taxes, you have to do like a schedule. Not a schedule. You have to do a deduction. So you either use a standard deduction, which is like everyone fucking uses. Everyone just fucking uses a standard. Or if you have like weird like donation stuff, if you have like weird like, I don't know, maybe if you own a house or something, then you file Schedule A, and you can be like, oh, well, this is my deduction. I'm gonna do all this weird shit with my taxes. So for some reason, because I'm a little stupid, I put last year's deduction instead of the current year's deduction, and it's wrong. So they sent me later saying like, hey, can you submit the schedule? Because like, if it's not standard, you have to submit the schedule with it to explain yourself, silly. And now I'm just like, oh no, I made a mistake. So I have to like call the IRS next week and be like, hey, I don't actually need to file the schedule. I'm just very stupid. Please help me. So I think what I'm about to do is I'm about to like fax them a very like pathetic wet dog-esque letter saying it's like, hey, I'm so sorry, I put the wrong number. Can you fix it, please? I'm so sorry. I was literally just copying off of my last year's tax return. I was doing this year's tax return. like it's literally like, I'm just gonna call them to make sure before I like send them the letter, saying like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm a little wet pathetic cat who can't read instructions. So it's gonna be really funny. The funny thing is like, usually because I know a lot of my friends, like, if you got like something from the IRS, you'd freak out, just be like, oh no, the IRS is after me. No, they're chill. They're all chill. My dad's like, my dad has personally made mistakes before, and he's just been like, I'll just call him. It's fine. I probably did an upsie, and then like he did make an upsie, and then they just like figured out how to fix it. So I was like, as soon as I figured out what was it, I was like, okay, I gotta call him. Gotta call my friend the IRS to fix my taxes. But it means that my taxes are actually gonna, I owe less this year. So that means, I'm not owe less, it means that like my return goes up. It's because my taxes go down because my deduction went up. So that's cool. Anyway, this is why I don't like dealing with money. Like, this is why I will never become a professional VTuber, because if I can't even do my fucking taxes for my normal shit, what? You can't trust me to do taxes with VTubing shit. But yeah. This is why I never like doing money related things. Like, I don't know. I barely handle my own shit together. Why should I handle like, you know, merch or something? It's bad. It's all bad. Yeah, money is terrible. Like I don't like dealing with like obviously I know a vague amount of budgeting for like, obviously like I budgeted my debut out. Like I was just like, okay, I have like the X amount of money each month. I can stack it. That goes towards debut. Like I've done that before, but goddamn, I never want to be in a position where I just have to be like, okay, I made this much from Twitch this month, and I have to set aside X amount of percentage for my taxes because I have to do my own taxes because I'm a VTuber. I never want to do that in my fucking life. That sounds like a pain in my asshole. But anyway, but on lighter news, like, I mean, the news wasn't even that bad. It was just like, I just have to call a number and I have to go to the library to fax something. That's it. That's all I have to do. But on lighter news, I went out, we found a weeb store. Guys, we found a weeb store near me, and it's really cool. So it was a really cool, they had comics, and apparently it was free comic book day, so we got some free comics. I got a free Pokemon comic. They had like a free thing of like Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire or whatever. And it was like really thin, probably like 2 pages of the actual manga, but it's really cool. My partner was trying to get like the Street Fighter free comic book day thing, but apparently they ran out of those like within an hour of opening, and we were not there an hour after opening, so we missed out on the Street Fighter free comic book. But it was cool that we got to like get something at least. I didn't even know it was free comic book day. But they had I got a figure today. It was really cheap. It was really cheap. So they had like it was called Pop-Up Parade. Like that's the brand. It's like kind of lower quality figure, but like still pretty good. It's of Belle from the movie Belle. And if you haven't seen it, it's very good. Just don't think about it too much when you're watching it. But I really loved the movie. So I got like a little Belle figure. I'm gonna like put it up somewhere after stream. They also had like a figure from Summer Wars 2, which is really cool. I'm generally a huge fan of the Mamoru Hosoda films, so I love seeing appreciation in different figures from those movies. I was just like, yo, Summer Wars, yo, Belle, I'm buying it. Yeah, so I got like a new figure today. We found my favorite vodka. We went to like a liquor store and found my favorite vodka. It's like a limited summer edition thing. So I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna get crunk, and I'm actually having it right now. But very busy day though. I really enjoyed myself, and now we're gonna enjoy ourselves with playing Final Fantasy XIV, the hit MMO, because holy shit, Dawn Trail's coming out in like less than 2 months, and goddamn, I have to do that. But I don't know how long patches 5.1 and 5.2 are, but we're gonna see if we can get through them. I know there's like duties in each of them, I think. But I know that 5.3 is a behemoth. That I know because patch 5.3 was the first patch that I did on content for. So like I think I started playing the game when 5.1 dropped. It's when like Vel and Tenten finally got me to play the game. It's like I think around the time 5.1 dropped. So I played it, and then when 5.3 rolled around, I was actually caught up with the story. And it was the first time that I have been like doing on content patch drop story, and it took us all day to do it. So I'm a little scared of how long it'll take me to get through 5.3 because I know how long it is. Like we did like the new Nier raid in the morning, and then like the rest of the day was solely dedicated to MSQ because it's like, I think 5.3 is like a movie. Like it is so good, but like I'm scared of how long it'll take for me to get, but we're gonna try and get through. At the very least, I want to get through 5.1 story, which I'm not sure what happens in 5.1. I know vaguely what happens in 5.1 and 5.2, but like not in order. I know what happens, but like I don't know, man. All right, let's get started. Ner, gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. Not so much as 40 winks to truth be told. You're too selfless. That's your problem. You'll be no good to anyone if you don't take a break every once in a while. Anyway. Not as much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empire showed no signs of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me a bit more about your time in the First? Great. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Philomene to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you at the terrace in the House of Splendors. Alright, let's go. Oh, welcome in! Hope you're having a fantastic one. Wes? I'm gonna go with the Wes. Welcome in. Ner, Maya's, it has been so, it has been too long. Tatara did mention I would be joining it, did she not? Yeah. Thank you. Words cannot well express how I long to know more of the First. This world Minfilia had sacrificed so much to save. Hello, hi Techno, how you doing? Hope our fantastic one. But come, rest to your feet. Tatara should be arriving shortly. I'm suffering due to gacha. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. How many pulls? I don't even know what you would be, what you're pulling for or what game, but like how many pulls? And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle? This girl who Thancred named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given her the choice. No, not because I don't spend money on gachas at all. That's good. Stay that way. To spend money on gachas is only to suffer. You will only know suffering. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. It's just I am getting to really high pity in all of them. Oh no, I know that feeling. I remember, like, I'm basically sworn off of gacha now. Just because, like, I was getting a little too into it, and gacha requires a lot of time commitment, and I don't have that time commitment anymore. So I can't really play them anymore. Because, like, if you don't, like, spend X amount of time on them a week, then you just fall behind or whatever, you miss everything. I can't do that anymore. But, I remember last time tried to get something. I hit pity like twice, and it was horrible. Like, it was a Tears of Themis one, because I was trying to get the Vin card, and like, I hit pity, and I didn't get the one I wanted, so I had to hit pity again, and it was horrible. Do not recommend that experience. Nur, might I ask you a favor when you next return to the first? To tell Reen what I cannot. Tell her. Thank you. I played Impact 3rd all the way when they casually calculated power creep to weak the characters without being useful in content, basically made me say, nope, never spending money to gacha. That's very fair. I do notice that it, power creep in gacha is horrible, just because, like, all of the characters will eventually become obsolete in combat because they want you to roll on new characters, like find new people to roll for. So they have to make them more useful than the ones you have. Regardless if they're your waifu or not. Meanwhile, me, like, technically, I don't give a shit about Genshin anymore. I could probably like go back into that with no fear because my husbando in Genshin, I already have like 2 constellations of him. I'm immune to everybody else. Maishi isn't even power creep, just how everything is calculated to such a degree. Ah, true. I would offer thanks to you as well for staying with her till the end. Begging your pardon, but can I have a word? Who's the husbando? In Genshin, my favorite is Child / Tartaglia. I love that man. Like, someone told me that like he showed up for an event or something. I was just like, oh, cool. I don't really care. I already know him. You can't get me back into Genshin. Even though I am immune. Child is canonically shown up in every region. Wait, what? It like in main story or in events? In events, I don't care. Like, I don't know. I have an issue with Genshin events. Like, I have serious issues with how Genshin has handled events in the past. It is split and split. Okay. I remember because I got into Genshin at the beginning. Event of Sumeru, main story, and okay, main story. I might have to like pop my head back in because I will do anything for Child. In fact, in my streaming setup, my mouse pad is a Child booby mouse pad. It was a gift on Throne. Someone gave it to me, enabling me forever. But like I remember, like it was like an event they did. It was a beach event, I think, and it introduced what's his name, Scaramouche. Scaramouche was introduced in an event, and I was just kind of like, that's kind of weird to introduce a character in a temporary event that's like story relevant. Event on Zoom, reconciled stars 1.1. Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, like even when I was into Genshin, I was like, I don't like that. I don't like how you're introducing important story characters in an event that's temporary. It just kind of like a good comparison. I hate it, but it happens. I don't like it at all. Like that is something that I have never liked. Because I remember, like, well, I already said that. But like a comparison that I could make is like, what if in Final Fantasy XIV they were like, oh, here's the fun little winter event, and they just introduced the main villain of Dawn Trail in it. Like that would be ridiculous, in my opinion. Like that's the closest comparison I could do. That shows just how shitty it is. Fun fact: they started making entire alternate dialogues based on events you haven't played. Oh my god! I mean, they have to. like if I met like if there's an important character that's introduced in, I don't know, the fucking like I don't know, the White Day event. I don't know what events are in Genshin nowadays, but like, oh no, the main villain of new area was introduced in White Day event, and then like in the main story, they're just like, who are you? Who the fuck are you? It's like, oh, you didn't play The special Valentine's Day White Day event, and you don't know this character? Shame on you, you should have been playing. How dare you not play our game forever? Real, I hope you're here to tell us you've received word from our helper. I wish. Nay, I've not heard a peep out of him. It has been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal of him closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Dangerous characters he met on events. Oh my god. Man, they wouldn't have to do that if they just, you know, didn't. Well, it ain't that as if we could ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I would have no trouble picking me way through Gimlet now that the fighting's died down. God knows there's enough shadows to hide on. I just fucked up that sentence so bad. I'm so sorry, Real. And it beats waiting around here twiddling me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now it's best I be. Ah, I nearly forgot. Prowl's at the stones, and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. Huh. Might be enough shadows, but it sure isn't enough vowels, I know. We best head back, then. I'm sure it's important. And I broke my ankle. Yay. I'm gonna do this next month, just because, like, now that I had, like, a big day out today, I'm probably gonna start, you know, restricting my spending right now. But I gotta pre-order Dawn Trail soon. Probably next month. I might even ask you for a birthday present. Just be like, hey, can you buy me the next expansion? I'm very, very excited for it, aside from the whole impending doom of the stream series. It seems like she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad.
You're here. Good.
Oh, thank God that's voiced.
So, how are they?
They're dying.
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
leave it to me. Heh.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
Yeah. But he failed. Ha!
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Nod. Alright, well, now we have to figure out how to get our friends back here. Okay, so... go back to Crystarium and just tell Graha that, like, hey! We might need to speed along that whole sending our friends back kind of thing. Bad things might happen. Oh, yeah, I forgot, like, I think, Aspiring Skywatcher? What does this do? Oh, okay, so now Skywatcher. Oh, hi Elsa, how you doing? Hope I'm fantastic one. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch, oh my god. So, I know that like some new like blue quests opened up. I'm not sure what exactly all the new. I know one of them opens up like a new dungeon immediately. But we aren't gonna pay attention to them unless they're like necessary. But I don't think they are, so we're just not gonna pay attention. We did working on crochet project and vibing. We had a good day. I had a really good day. I basically like went out with my partner all day. It was really fun. We were exploring our new place, like new area, like exploring new things in the area we live in now. Really fun. Hope you're also having a good day with crochet stuff. Ah, Neri, you're returned. I hope your time in the source is suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal aether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you'll be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryle and Master Matoya to keep our friend's body safe when we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. Why is there schmutz on my eyeglasses? Why, it was clean 2 seconds ago. Why is there schmutz there now? I need these to see. Love having glasses. Love needing them to see anything. It's great. Really great.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Oh, hi, Ariane.
Not be joining us.
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Oh man, I wonder what they're doing in the empty. I wonder what Thancred and Reed are doing right now. If only we could, only we could figure out what they're doing. We're not doing that anymore.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration.
Oh, hi, Vexus. How you doing over Fantastic One? Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. I mean, the care package, which is both of those things. Ugh. Meowdy.
Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful
Teach
magics,
me
I
about
must rely upon
bazongas!
power and its boundless
Whoa!
reservoir of
Don't
energy.
go shouting things like that!
Hi, Val. How you doing over Fantastic One? Why are you yelling about bazongas in the Crystarium? Like, why in the Crystal Tower? Explain yourself.
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed.
Because none of the people in the Crystal Tower can teach us about bazongas. Hey, Graha, do you know what bazongas are? Teach us about them, please. Please, Graha, I need your expertise, Grandpa.
Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state.
You know, Emmett would have taught us about bazongas. Emmett would have done it. Come on, Graha, please.
I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Cut to the Warrior of Light, just be like, perish.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
I have followers? What?
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
Is she Hawk from Dragon Age? I'm not sure. I don't know who the voice actress for Y'shtola is. I don't think they're the same though, because like Hawk's voice is more of like a is lighter. It's like more, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's more sharper. A little sharper, more like, it's brighter. Whereas Y'shtola's is deeper.
But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as
Yeah,
a
different
moment
voice
of doubt
actors.
on her part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves.
Y'shtola is... Wait, she's Sarah? Oh, wait, I can hear it now. Wait, I hear it now. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna hear Sarah from now on.
It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after.
Sarah sure is a character that is in Dragon Age Inquisition. I never use her.
Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to
I got
hide
Sarah and
themselves away
Hawk
from
mixed
the
up.
world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Nod. Oh, we get to do this Dungo now. I really like this Dungo. I G-poves here a lot. Weehee. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I shall arrange a boat to carry us there. Yeah, good Dungo, good Dungo. Dulcie, journey us hither. I think it best I devote mine energies to the creation of white auracite, by thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Numu consent to lend us our aid, we will need a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask that the rest of you meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Okay, so we are going over here, just teleport over there, and let's go. But from what I remember, I think 5.1 and 5.2 are relatively really short. Because for some reason, I don't remember them being long. I remember them I remember when I played them for the first time, I was just like, oh, that's it? So I feel like this won't take long, but of course, I'd probably eat those words later. And I think there's another Dungo in 5.2, maybe? I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. I haven't even looked at like a quest log or something to like detect how many quests there are in between, because I'm just like, it doesn't really matter. Because like sometimes if they're like, if there's like 2 quests, then the quests are just very, very long. And sometimes there's like 15 quests. The quests are very, very short. So who knows? Who gives a shit? I'm just going by, just doing my thing. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot in the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host familiars. I expect our reception today be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but we're not here to petition for assistance. You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch might have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who would overcome my defenses. As any true seeker of knowledge, and there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem in rather high spirits if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Nura's around. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It is only natural to be pleased to see her. Yes, well, we have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we're finished here. Of course, then let's proceed to the palace. Alright, Grand Cosmos. Alright, we are bringing,
Victory will be ours!
we're bringing Crystal Exarch, Alphino, and Y'shtola. Let's go! Pretty time. Pretty dungo time. I'm probably gonna take a G-pose aura in here because I just love it. And I can use it as a thumbnail. Grand Cosmos. Plus, like, the music here is so jovial too. It reminds me of, like, I don't know, like a cute British fantasy kind of thing, like an Alice in Wonderland kind of thing. Yeah, this dungeon is so good. Bop. I always love using flamethrower. It feels like a miracle when I can actually like pull it off the full thing without even moving. It's great. Right. Not the weapons. Alright, got that done. Just these two, I think, are at the first boss. I already know, like, where I want to G-pose in this dungeon. It's, like, my favorite room of the whole dungo. It's near the end. Just because, like, there's a spot that really reminds me of Nier. And if you play Nier, then you know what I'm talking about. That's another game I kind of want to stream at some point. Like, Nier, as in either the remake, replicant, or the original, which is like Gestalt. The problem is, like, Nier's one of those games that's like kind of a pain in the ass to complete, just because it requires like you like completely upgrading and getting all the weapons in the game, and that's a lot of the work. So I'm not sure if I'll do that, but it's something I always think about. Because I do love Nier and Drakengard and all that, even though I hated Drakengard 3. I mean, playing it at least. I love the story of it. But the thing is, like, I think the remake of Nier is, like, really, really good. It's, like, the superior version, like, by far. Like, there's no contest about that. It is great. But also, Gestalt has bad Nier. And I kind of want to see that. I want to showcase how Papa Nier is. Because you don't really get to see much of Papa Nier anymore. But I don't know. I think I still need like a little bit of a break from Nier and Drakengard related content after finishing Drakengard 3 on stream of all things. So if I do end up doing Nier, the original Nier, then I don't know how it'll go. I mean, when it'll go. I mean, I know how it'll go. It'll be suffering and pain, but I don't know when it'll be. But now I think it's been enough time between like the last Tales game I've streamed and now, so I might be figuring out how to reconnect my PS3 to stream. Because then I wanna play Exilia and Exilia 2 on stream. And I've wanted to do that for the longest time. I think like when I first started streaming, I was like, I want to play Exilia and Exilia 2. I just haven't so far because I've so much things to do. But I remember seeing a roommate playing Nier Gestalt once and being thrown off because like, hey, that's a grown-ass adult in a Square Enix game. Yo, yeah. It's really funny how like they didn't, like Yoko Taro didn't want there to be an older man in Nier. But like, the only reason that they put like Papa Nier is because Square Enix was just like, yo, Americans love older men. You gotta put older men in this game. You gotta replace the protagonist with a gruff older man because that's popular with the Westerners nowadays. And it ended up being really good. Like, Papa Nier is actually really an excellently written father figure. Like, he's really goofy and stuff. Exilia, I know, I wanna play Exilia and Exilia 2 so badly. Isn't this place so pretty? Look how pretty this place is. It's so beautiful. Cause like, cause obviously in American games there's sometimes a lot of like gruff, tough, older man protecting daughter, and it's kind of like a trope now. It wasn't a trope back in the day, but like it's a trope now. But still, like Nier Gestalt did it the best. Cause like original like Papa Nier is like a really goofy guy. And he's just like really straightforward. He's not like gruff or anything. He's just like, man, I just want to save my daughter. Speaking of which, Papa Nier and Child Nier, are two different characters. Like, they aren't like older and like younger versions of the same character. They're like meant to be two different people. So they have two different birthdays. So, I played the original Nier, and it was really good. But like in Nier, there's like a letter or something that mentions the protagonist's birthday. So like Papa Nier, I forget when his birthday is, but it's like it's different. And then when I played the Replicant remake, I flipped out because younger Nier's birthday is June 6th, which is my birthday. So I was flipping out because I was just like, I did not put my did they take my birthday? I didn't put my birthday on my PS4. How did they get that? Like, how did Yoko Taro get my birthday and put it in the game? That's so freaky. And then I looked it up. It's just Nier's birthday is also mine. But I was freaking out because I was like, Yoko Taro would do that. They would make like, they would just like take your birthday and just put it in the game because why not? But like, it freaked me out so badly, but nope. Just Sharon's birthday. Yeah, Exilia, I really want to stream. I just gotta figure out a place to put my PS3 to hook it up for streaming purposes. Because my desk isn't as big as it used to be. I mean, I have a new desk, it's smaller. I just gotta figure out like a place to put it. And then I can stream PS3 again. But definitely, Exilia is gonna be like, I'm definitely going to be doing the Jude route because fuck the Mila route. Sorry, I love Mila as a character. I love her. Her route kind of sucks in comparison. It's like, oh, you missed the best parts of the game? Whoopsies. I know. Listen, my favorite part in the fucking game is only on Jude's route. So if I ever, like, if I ever play Mila's route, I'm just like, oh man, I missed the big character moment. Like Mila got better, but Jude does more. I'll be kind of exactly. Here's the thing, Val. My favorite part of the fucking game is an Alvin scene that's only in Jude's route. And I think you'll know what it is if you think about it a little bit. You don't get to fucking see it in Mila's route. Yeah, I know what it is. Yep. We know. Shakes hands. I'm an Alvin fan. Yep. So am I. I mean, part of my dislike of Mila's route, like, it probably comes with the disappointment of like, oh, so as an example, everything comes back to Star Ocean 2, where like Reyna and Claude's routes are very different. Like, there's a lot of difference between them, even though they're telling the same story. And then when I fucking played Mila's route, I'm just like, yo, it's just the same game again. There's nothing different here. So, like, that's part of the reason why I don't like it, just because I was so disappointed. Like, yes, there are differences, but they didn't do it as well as a significantly older game. So I'm just like, yo, I'm just playing the same fucking game again. Why? Why? Speaking of which, I do want to... Once I'm out of Final Fantasy XIV pre-Dawn Trail Hell, I do want to go back to do more Star Ocean 2 as well. Because, like, I really want to play more, but also Dawn Trail. You're never getting it. You're never getting out. I will get out, because there's a hard deadline, Mr. Check These Cassandra Torments or VTubers streams every day, a lot of days in a lot of ways. It ends in June. Regardless of if it succeeded or not, it ends in June.
Away with you!
You know, Exilia 2 Protect can only have voice acting if you play on New Game Plus. I know. Well, if I had my old save data, I totally would just stream it with the protagonist's voice on. I love Alvin's voice, it's cute. Honestly though, I love hearing like Ludger's voice when you have New Game Plus on, but also, on the other hand, the few moments where you hear his voice in a regular playthrough, it hits a lot harder. Because you're just like, oh wait, oh, because you only fucking hear his voice when you're about to cry. Did you get that feeling too? Of like, oh, I heard his voice. Oh god, I'm crying now. I cried so much in that game. I guess. I'm mainly thinking of one specific scene where like, you heard his voice and then you're just like, oh god. By the way, Whenever I get to Exilia 2, I'm going to be crying on stream. I'm not apologizing for it. There's legitimately a scene that I can't watch because I'll cry. I cry every single time I watch a fucking scene, and I can't. It's going to happen. Just as a heads up, I'm going to cry. Crying because of stream content. I know, right? It sure is the content. I don't do it much, though. Never good. Have I cried on stream before? That's not on Matcha's stream? I have cried on Matcha's streams, because we were both sobbing when we played Hello Charlotte together. But I don't think have I cried? When I've streamed before? I don't remember. I have to roll back the tapes. I have to consult the archives to see like if I've cried.
Protect me!
No clue, I barely remember in my life. True, true, true. Honestly, I'll probably have to look it up. I have to look up what games I've played. Oh, wait. I think I have cried on stream before. I just remembered. I think I did cry at the end of Nier Automata. Whoops. Whoopsies. It's already happened. Never mind. It's not special anymore. Everyone, I don't know, stop being excited. It's happened before already. That would make sense. Yeah, I think I did cry during Nier Automata. However, actually, there's no archive of it. Nobody's seen it. If you weren't there, you didn't hear it.
This is going to leave a mark.
Do it again. No, I already streamed it. No. You weren't there when I was streaming Nier Automata, so you didn't get it. No. No, I mean cry? No. I can't do it on command. Like, legit, I'm not one of those people who can do it on command. You have to, like, really get me to cry on stream. Never May Cry. That's gonna... Never May Cry. That's just Exilia 2 playthrough. I don't know if there's any other games I've cried on though. I think it was just Nier Automata. All I have to do is think about the post-vault cutscene really hard. No, no! Not the vault cutscene. I mean, hey, you still have to do that vault playthrough, right? You still have to like play through the game up to the vault, right? Hey, it's 2077 panel points. 2077? Cyberpunk? You do. Well, at least you don't have the time limit like I do. Where's my pop? Wait! The pop-up didn't go! What the fuck? Trigger fire is fucking scamming you again. Can you refund yourself? You're a mod. You can probably do that. What the fuck, Trigger Fire? You like worked at the beginning of stream. Why are you working now? Trigger Fire's like really been hit or miss lately. Has anyone else noticed that? Who uses the service at least? How to use it, so I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what else would do like a pop-up kind of feature like Trigger Fire, so I don't even know what I would replace it with. I do notice it has been like, it's been a little better recently, but this year it's kind of been Sammy. I still need to do the chat bot. I still need to do the chat bot. I still need to do Sammy stuff. I know. Sammy's like the solution to all my problems, but I'm so lazy I haven't done anything yet with it. What a mood. I know, right? Maybe when it's June, I'll finally set up Sammy. Finally. I've been meaning to for the longest time. I had to move, and now I'm here, and then I have to finish organizing something. Oh. I gotta set up a PS3 for streaming again. Oh no.
This is going to leave a mark.
I have to find my PS3 controller. I don't know where it is.
So be it.
It is a rough initial setup, not gonna lie, but it's really nice. I know, like, based on your experience, it like once it's set up, it looks like it's pretty golden. It's just setting it up. Which, by the way, just, you know, little, essentially leans against the wall and looks at you. Hey, you should have money, you should have some money saved up, you know, May 24th. You should, have some money set aside. Just, so you know. For no particular reason. May 24th, you know, might need to have something, you know, to donate or something. It really is nice way to start it up, yeah. You know, things are gonna happen. Not what do you call my wallet from every direction. $1,000 euros May 24th, and that might be. Oh no. How about for charity, Azza? I'm also gonna be playing 1,000 Eudor, like, low-key, when I'm not screaming on the inside. Okay, I'll just say it now. Charity event is coming up again this year. We're figuring shit out right now, at this very moment. We are figuring shit out. There's some really cool things happening. So anyway, have money, surrender it to charity. Anyway, I want to take a G pose here. Pull aside some cash now for charity. Thank you. This area, like, legit reminds me of Nier. Like, if you played Nier, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna Oh, I kind of like this, just standing here. Yeah. There we go. Thumbnail approved. Let's go. You have sullied the halls long enough. Come, Lungus, or guest yet want for company. Alright. Hi, Lungus. Everyone say hi to Lungus. Everyone wave. Say howdy. Everyone's favorite character, Lungus. We got Lungus, big fan. I know. Look at him. Look at Lungus.
So be it.
Oh no, Lungus. He's gathering aether. Yeah, charity event is happening, and it's gonna be fun, so it'll be cool. Alright, we did it. Done go down. Bye, Longus. Everyone say bye to Blungus. Wait, what's in here? Okay, well, bending does nothing for me. Thank you, ShB.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Backlogue, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
Just big lizard fairy puppies. They are. I love them. They're just big old puppy dogs.
You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
God damn it, Alphino. I'm gonna refresh the karaoke chat. It's not karaoke chat. It's regular chat on stream. I just call it karaoke chat because it was like the first time I used it, and I just copied it over and never fucking renamed it. Also, welcome in, Luma. I hope you have a great lurk.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat.
Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
No. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Big Lug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating them. I have never ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the Numo with us. Had he not, Becklug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. Mustn't dally here any longer, Ner. If Becklug will hear the cheers of our trails in the first, you of all people should be present. Alright, let me just go back to the Crystarium. I think that's like it as far as 5.1 concerns. Because for some reason I think like this is basically the end of 5.1. I could be wrong, I could be completely wrong. But who knows, who knows? I could just be like thinking of something completely different, and then it's just like, oh, and 5.1 goes on for another like 12 hours.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition. of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Alright, we have recruited help. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We're done. And nothing else will happen. Right? Yeah. You have spun quite the tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White Orisite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there's no telling what may happen to their souls within the Orisite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle that can be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw aether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and then the resulting surfeit of aether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the end of Journey's Head, corrupted by sin eaters, their aether made stagnant by light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything that might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite Orisite. I believe my talents could be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Backlog as necessary? Let us make for Amarang then. Oh wait, I remember this series of scenes. This is actually setting up something else, so it 5-1 isn't over yet. This is Harlech, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leads perilously towards the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by light. He will become a sin eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Harlech was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is hope. Huh. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I want to create a tonic that would temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert. Then for darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore to never again make it, but for their sakes I will break that oath. It's not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Todd stares blankly at you. It seemed the tonic had no effect. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Oh, Bubby just like walked over and flopped over in his little bed that's next to me. Very cute. Now then, have you noted any changes in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. It is true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true not only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of their soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Holeric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is far too gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wait to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to return more to the life he never had a chance to live. You know, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not what we positioned your aid, but do you think it would be possible to find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your predicament. Huh, interesting. I suspect the Crystal Exarch have told you my past, that I was once a mage in the royal court of Obert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients were one of my fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge only brought suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, that would have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. Now you have a chance to redeem yourself. That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize the people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? With the sky still ablaze in primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility, but now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail conjuring a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics that we might ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing what is need to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fatal lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar can help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine, we'll pay a visit to Ilmag, although I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, a little and befriend the Fae folk. Oh, while you're at it, seek out the new Mo of Plotany. They should be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Alright, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? I could ask the miners. Ah, yeah. They will be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn from the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Alright, let's get some clay. Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talos and trolley you took to Nabatharang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Dadilla Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai news. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for building the giant Talos putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jurik. That doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Nerve didn't come here all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? I see, and this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or another waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Byron Myers to make adobe bricks. Adobe? Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than look there. No, we'll have to fight coyotes. No. Oh, it's bath time. Bubby is licking himself really loudly. I don't think you can hear any of it, but like, oh boy, I can hear it. That man is the loudest bather I've ever fucking heard. No! There it is. All right, got that. I'm just teleporting back. I'm lazy. That's right, I said it. mood, yeah. I don't want to walk anywhere. The twins have returned, and in one piece in that, I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it. Wonderful. We need but to combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture from within the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of setting up a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we had a need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Ulrich and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance a spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvrent more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Nur? Absolutely, she's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all, for Ulrich, for Tesleen. Then we revolve a mind of the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Oh no.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
Oh my god. It may look grotesque, but it's fine.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother,
How's the Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I wasn't so exhausted. You're so close now, Halric. As you are now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories into the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Aurosite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said that the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to the primal, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source that could desperately use such treatment. Gabu. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that the soul was diffused with earth-inspired ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to the similar kind of stagnation, there may be some chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who's this Gabu fellow you speak of? I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much more about the soul that remains unknown even to me now. I say this not to discourage you, but understand. But to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote what time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angela and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway in the newly hoisted theories. I'll tell you to rest first, but I see you're not convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium then. Finally, I found you. Kai Shear? What are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough, begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take you I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake. Oh no, what could have happened? Oh, I love this scene. I forgot that this was like... I forgot that this happened at this point. Oh, wait. We have to start the mission. Lady tries up at the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Alright, let's go to Yulmore, see what's up. Apparently it's bad if, like, the fate of Yulmore's at stake. Well, not to seem to be out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Asa. Ooh. Let's find Best Girl. That's right, I said it, she's Best Girl. Best girl's Mrs. Chai. Yeah, she's Best Girl.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
She's so cute.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
She's wonderful. Exactly.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
Where's your husband?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
Oh no! How dare he leave his wife without a word, without even a letter?
I believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee. Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
He would never fully. I think like the second option is so hilarious. Just like, sorry, I think he's fled. I don't know, but whatever it is, he wouldn't have fled. I can't do that to Lady Chai.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Alright, we gotta drag him back. Run, husband finding duty. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Master Chai? Well, yes, I spoke with him recently, but I recall he was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord of all three, its apparent inexhaustible stores of meal, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all we can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Okay. You want to see him out here? In here? Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, but we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, among other things. He made a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Valthree, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, another number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Well, without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well, and I for one would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for the cause. Indeed, I told him as such, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Okay. And we can teleport over there. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come in from right. He said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there's plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge. It's hardly enough to fill our bellies, but folk here don't want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding his work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ears chewed off about the derelicts. He asked about the other settlements and all. After that, we can't really say. It looked like he was headed to Gate Town when I lost all him. Huh. He's been asking around for some reason. Huh. What does this guy do? Oh, there's like another dungo that we can do. It's not required though, so I'm not doing it. I gotta save my time. Ah, there you are. How'd you fare? Have you learned anything in which we might offer a clue to Master Chai's whereabouts? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea of which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps. The question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city's walls, he would wish to do so the same to those without. Nur, if you could go and make inquiries and write, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town will leave to you, Kashir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we're finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we'll be well situated to continue our search. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance for a lavish life among the free. And Volthried thought to take even more from us, conscripting a few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. We didn't tell you what happened when the city-eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Volthried's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. Chai knows, was it? I'm sure the other said the same. Not that he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. And that's what I know. That was that. So he's just asking a lot of questions around here, huh? Interesting. Why did he leave without telling his wife, though? It doesn't matter if he's trying to do good. What matters is that he didn't leave, that he left without telling his wife. How dare he? He's really failing the whole, like, wife guy thing, right? So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kashir and I gleamed much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might remain among the settlements of Calusia, the only likely place he had left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with them. Can't even fly over there. Wow. No Aetherite in the poor town? Wow. Wow. Horrible. Oh, hey! Nur, Alphino, Cashier, what are you doing here? We might ask you to say, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and made us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea in her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai. But since we're here, might I ask what's compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we gathered from nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you meant to take office? No, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Clusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I'm the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, what such forethought is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it's worth, we will vouch for you should you require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You got actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make into Yulmore, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you? You've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix the mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You've got this lot up Mount Gulg, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. And if you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let's press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I am here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are certain he's come here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor of Valthri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light for his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps I should start with Tristel then. As I recall, he made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend, and to you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask about Rendon? I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Valthri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we can build a better Yulmore together, and that is my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore. I will not see you suffer for Valtry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Renton can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to his own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear in the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear with your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall we go, and I shall not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe.
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Valtry's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Valtry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Valtry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Valtry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice, and sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthri. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I'd rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Ahem. Right then. Is there a particular issue to have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems the Yulmore now faces. I assume you'll agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is most pressing. Ah yes, meal being neither desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not likely to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve the problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I'll consider offering you my counsel. Hi baby seal, how are you doing? Hope everything has gone. Yeah, MSQ Replay's going well. We're in the middle of 5.1. A combination of measures will need to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. That would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability of the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. I think of that all by yourself, didn't you? Well, yeah. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinos. I have? Well, that's a relief. Oh, but you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. Fair point, Rendon. To one which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos at the aid of establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a steady supply of necessary equipment, people would starve before your plans would be put into effect. Well, as heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we could acquire what we need in no time at all. Brendan is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose we use the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if my memory serves, the tools required to do so should be still at top rung. Come with me. We're gonna steal some Talos in the wild. Aha! The old memory has let me down. The chest contains canisters filled with this dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of aether into Talos, meaning only get within throwing distance of one let fly. That's disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Neolmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canister is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai! Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 things out there waiting to make a meal out of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon asked me to task me with solving this problem, and I will not stand idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say that the mere thought doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm the proof of a man worth following, must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Here, here. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It's as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask that you use my spyglass and look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I'll also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue to Talos. Understood? Good. Well, let's be off the quick way. Through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Oh wait, I remember that. Wait a minute, I'm remembering what I need to do here. I remember this portion. Well, let's see if I succeed. Alright. Let's keep a lookout for danger. Okay, so we have to approach from the rear. We gotta wait. Huh? Oh, okay. I just said the point at his head. I did it? I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? It's not alone this time. Oh no! Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, I think I should do the whole thing over again. Yeah, I do the whole fucking thing over again. I like how he just like keeps running even though like it's staring right at him. Okay. Round two. Round two. Alright. We did it. I do believe in getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Ner. Okay. Haha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Hey, you did it! It's a miracle. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I do believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food store showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it's plain your time at Tadela Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I ask you to join me, and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? We should probably be heading back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
Stay back! All of you!
Aw. Mrs. Chai.
Is that? Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see. Dearest, I can't.
Oh dear.
She killed him. She killed him. Fucking love this scene.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
My partner's like loudly discussing Fallout or something in the other room. Oh.
Please.
Oh, I love the Chais so much. They're so sweet. They're so sweet. I love them. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the palace has seized the public's attention. Once word is spread around Yulmore, it'll be much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can begin his inaugural address. No need to threaten her. I've never felt better. And not all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough to be the Emergent. And I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there and meet their new mayor. You there, cashier, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I'll let the guards know not to bar the way to Voltry's chambers. That goes without saying. I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through the bitter end, huh? The doorman at the crown lift will follow you up. Alright, let's go hear the inaugural address. I completely forgot that, the thing with the Chais was like 5.1. I thought, for some reason, I thought it was an X patch. I guess next patch we're like setting up other stuff to do. All right, let's go up and listen to Mayor Chai. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The emergence is already filling up with the people of all persuasions, free and bonded citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. Before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Aw. The cute little ah-rah clap. Love it. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I learned anything from all this, it's that change needs to begin with the individual. But this is a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming that my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road that we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you've officially taken office, have you given thought about your mayoral seat? We will not be moving to the Emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Hathen Bet. Hi, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folks that have these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow. It was more than counting in the crumbs. If you have a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. There'll be much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Nair. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know we got plenty to think about. And since we've got a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such a time Yulmore's future was secured, but it's clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it's time we went on ours. So Alvino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends, in paradise. The paradise is gone, but something's better has taken its place, and I reckon I want to be part of it. The people for the Yulmore, but the Yulmore for the people, Master Chai's been going on about, and ain't gonna build itself after all, and I'm not much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. Far nobler dream than the one which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I'll pray for your success. Well, when you put it that... Thank you for the car battery check. It's finally working again. I don't know, maybe Triggerfire finally decided to step up. Car battery! We got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. It's just a matter of taking the first step. Truly, to see Kai Shear thus inspired by your actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Becklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Alright, pray return to the Crystal Tower. And this is the last quest of 5.1, so we got at least one patch done today. I'll be going for a little longer after 5.1's done. Just because, like, I got time. I got time. Plus, we can get a little bit of 5.2 done at the very least. I forget what happens at 5.2, because I feel like we just covered... Isn't 5.3 kind of short, mostly cutscene? 5.3 is long, Azza. 5.3 is a big boy. Like, it is... I describe it as an experience. Like, it's like a movie. Like, 5.3, it has, like, a dungo, it has a trial... it has a lot of cutscenes that are very, very long. I remember one thing about 5.3. 5.3 is a lot. It is, I think, like, if the end of 5.0 is, like, the high point of Shadowbringers, then 5.3 is, like, the perfect ending of it. That was a trial, the rest of it feels like I was watching a movie. It's basically a movie. It's a movie, but like a lot is happening during it. It's such a good movie though. It's a very, very good movie. All I remember is that, like, because I played 5.3 when it first launched, and it took me and Vel and 1010 all day to do it. Like, in the morning we did Nier, because, like, along with 5.3, the Nier raid, the newest, like, I think it was like the second trial Nier raid came out. So we did that first thing in the morning. It took us a little bit. And then the rest of the day, like, literally, from the point when we finished Nier to, like, basically nighttime, like, probably, like, after dinner is when we finally finished 5.3. It took us that long to finish it. It actually, no. Azza. I'll remember what I'm thinking of. Oh, okay. So 5.3 has it has one duty, one solo duty, and one trial. Because there is also a very lengthy solo duty that happens during 5.3. Yeah. 0.4 and 0.5 are very, very, very quick. Like, they are, like, I remember, like, after experiencing 5.3 for the first time, it was just so long and so dense. And then 5.4 came out, and it was like nothing. To be fair, like, 5.3 is kind of an anomaly because I think it was the first post-COVID patch. Because, like, everything was delayed. And so I think the Final Fantasy 14 team was just like, you know what? It's been delayed so long. We're just going to make this, like, the best thing we can do. Like, we are going to make this the best experience that we can because it's taken so long to do. And I think that's why it's such an anomaly. Anyway, I think 5.2 or 5.5 the same day, it felt like nothing. I know, like, I know I did 5.4, like, probably, like, in an evening, and it was nothing. Welcome back. We were given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. I know that also in 5.4, I was just kind of like, during it because, you know, reasons, let's just say. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It's a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Ore site? Reasons, yes, I know. I'm gonna be very loudly complaining. Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion of the principles of soul transference and conducted at length whether that white orsite was ill-suited for our purposes. But Urianger, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed we are with Beklog's invaluable insight, would indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link that would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Orsite doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit aether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of all our psyches as well. It would, theoretically, be possible to channel your minds into the Orsite instead, but we more likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned the plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul may be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has hoisted in a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turn to the transference of memories in the psyche, I cannot be helped by reminded of a technique with which we have a personal experience. Ner, you recall that we learned from my eyes from our encounter in Dolga and Une. I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans, and it is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, then perhaps we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation. We will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best now return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Indeed, I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings in the Thancred and Reen, and to assist in where I can their investigations into the empty. Man, I wish you luck, Urianger. I'm not helping you. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Alright. Wait, I can just fucking teleport. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? I just go. Ner, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to review these scenes in their entirety. It's Tataru!
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
I forget what happens here.
So this Beklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Estinian. It's a stinky boy.
None the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh man, we're having a flashback.
What's wrong?
Oh yeah, this is the first time Estinian actually like witnesses the echo happening, I think. I've seen him in action, his body at least. You'll not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it'll do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon! I suppose this might suffice! Come then! The simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Nur was barely a match for him. We stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your radiance, no! Ah, thus even the most middling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I'll leave these vermin to you. He knows. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Yeah. Your radiance. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available magitech. We cannot let them escape. Yay, we're a Stydian. We will fight as a Stydian. Yo, is that the Scorpion from Final Fantasy VII? Yo, big fan, big fan. Okay, we're gonna split up. Yeah. Well, someone's been busy. Oh yeah, this is when they introduced like the weapon storyline. That's also Shadowbringers, I forgot. I forgot. We're not doing that either. Arc Ultima. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. I don't know how to play Dragoon. I don't know what any of these words mean. I don't know what any of these moves do. I just know that like the Draken Lance gives a fucking it gives a fucking dot. That's all I know. Anyway, we'll not be figuring out what that's all about. Weapons, what are those? Guardians and their Machina. Now where are you, Gaius? Oh man, that was a long headache, huh?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Yeah. I don't do it on purpose. I don't even control the damn thing.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
Uh-oh, that's a single W from Xenos.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did. But we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest a while? I'm sure Becklug would manage without you. Got some enough signs to help them, if you ask me. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, traitors! You dare deny Lord Nerva the throne! Ah! Onward, before this day is done, victory shall be ours. Bang, bang, bang! Do you think? Oh. Is this who I think it is? I didn't think you showed up this early. Don't you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to slaughterhouse. No, it's him! That Hugh! Your soul is? Who are you? Oh, god damn it. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. God fucking... I gotta strangle that little asshole. Zodiark. Exactly. Throw all the bricks at him. I fucking hate this guy. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the First. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and are looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free talos for anyone willing to take the move. Free talos? Huh, we best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what it is. Who dat? Who dat? Hope? Is that... It couldn't be. Wait. That's a bot from Ulimsa Laminsa. It's default mail. Oh man, I hate it when the bots come in. Yes. So long as I live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. No, he's gonna try and sell gold for real money. I hate that. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Ner, what a pleasant surprise! If you've come to inquire about the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. You mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go through with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Ah, Nair, been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Aldine, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving the conflict with the Empire. Oh yeah, I've heard stories about a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news. Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance is withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is where we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belly growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Aldine has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He's also requested that representatives of science attend as well. It was clear whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I'm not well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two! Now we're officially in 5.2 territory. I completely forget what happens in 5.2. Like, literally all I can recall is a single cutscene. That is it. Because, like, everything I thought that was, like, the entirety of 5.1 and 5.2 just happened. Because I was just like, oh yeah, like, all this shit happens. I thought it was both patches. I didn't think it was just 5.1. So, you know, I don't even know what happens in this fucking patch. Like, I know a single scene that happens. And I know that. That's it. And it involves, like, not this. So I'm very lost right now. Commander Aldine waits us in the Royal Palace. If you could follow me. Oh. But why are you hiding his face? We know it's Gaius. Don't be cheeky. We know who it is.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the science spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
I do like his voice a lot. He has a very deep voice. I like it.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
You know, gotta be honest here. Would. It's not fair they made the guy so handsome. He's very handsome.
I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Listen, if evil, why hot?
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but. And upon further investigation, I found that I was right.
Oh my god, is this an entire cutscene to set up the weapon storyline that I'm not doing?
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
what? That Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
I know one thing about the weapon trials, and it's at one point you have a cutscene where you pilot a Megazord. Yes, there's an entire fight where you're basically piloting a mech. It's pretty rad, but we're not doing it in this playthrough.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Like, the weapon storyline, it's kind of weird. I don't mean, like, it's like weird as in tonally. It's, some parts are good, and some parts, like, it's been a little bit since I played through it, because I was playing them, like, as they released, and I had thoughts, but now they're a little less clear to me now that it's been, like, I haven't been thinking about them for long. But, like, some parts of them are really dramatic. Some parts are extremely dark, as in probably some of the darkest cutscenes I've seen in a Final Fantasy XIV storyline. Like, even disturbing. Like, some of them made me uncomfortable. And like, it's just a lot, to be honest. And like, people have a lot of debates on the results of it, but in general, it's like a really good storyline. If you want to see some fucked up shit that the Garleans have been doing. And it also like gives a lot of backstory to Gaius. And it's like some people think that like the weapon storyline like human like what's the word for this? Like, some people think that it redeems Gaius. It doesn't. People are just like, oh no, they're making Gaius like redeemable. He's not actually. Like, the entirety of the weapon storyline is about like how everything he did completely ruined the little good he had. I mean, completely ruined the little good that he did as a Garlean commander. Like, it is very tragic and heartbreaking. It is a wild ride. I wouldn't want to voice some of the cutscenes that happened in the weapon storyline. It is very uncomfortable.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Wait, did we do the beginning of the weapons thing as part of MSQ? Really? I don't remember this at all.
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon and emerged victorious.
Yeah,
We need you.
I don't remember doing this. Like, what is 5.2 right now? I don't remember doing this.
When the time comes, If your comrades can
Oh, wait,
spare you,
wait.
I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
Wait. I don't think they're forcing us to do weapons. They're just like, hey, like, there's just like a giant flashing sign saying like, hey, this is a new quest line you can do, rather than like a, you're forced to do this. This is not sounding like a, you have to do this. It sounds like, hey, we recommend.
Was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further.
Okay, guys.
I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid.
Yeah.
The fates will enjoy the irony.
Okay.
Even as I endure the ignominy.
Okay, guys, shut up. When did 5.2 come out? I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember because I was like not caught up with story by that point. Like I was still working my way through like Stormblood or something when this dropped. But was it like, was it COVID? I don't remember. February. Oh! This is like right before COVID.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
February 2020. Okay, so I think Japan was beginning to be shut down, or maybe they have closed their borders by that point. I don't remember. I know that America didn't actually plunge into pandemic territory until March 2020. So this is like a little bit pre-pandemic for us, at least. I'm not sure about Japan though.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Okay, they're not actually forcing me to do the weapon plotline. They're just like, that was just a giant red flashing arrow towards it. They're not even forcing me to do it. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Yeah, it's an optional quest. Okay, that's hilarious. Man, I remember fucking, I remember this like very clearly because in February 2020, I actually went to my last pre-pandemic convention. It was KatsuCon 2020, and basically like right before the convention, everyone's like, hey guys, like there appears to be something going around, so make sure you have your flu shot up to date. And that was like all we knew at the time. We're just like, hey, something's going around. Make sure you get, maybe it's like the flu or something. Just make sure you get your flu shots. That was like it. And then like everything shut down the very next month. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise of the others of the recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for the bodies, you may assure that Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal aether stable. Safe travels, Nur. Hope I see you in the other Scion soon. Yeah, that was the vibe I had during the last concert I gone to right at the end of February 2020. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think KatsuCon was like near the end of the month too. Actually, no. It's usually mid-April. It's like usually around Valentine's Day, but like that was the vibe. Just like, hey, like, there's just something going on. Like, just making sure you're up to date on your shots. God, I remember. Okay, so I was supposed to go to convention like the week of like all the major shutdowns, because I think like, so at the beginning of March, like several states shut down, and I remember like New York was one of them or something. So like But the reason why I know this is because I was supposed to fly to a convention on like March 15th, and I had a layover in New York. and so I was just like, oh man, like I'm not like going to the city, like I'm just going through the city. Is that gonna be a problem? Should I redirect my flight? Because I was from Maryland, so like we hadn't shut down yet. And I was just like, man, it seems to be hitting like the big popular places, but not us so far. But like, do I need to redirect my flight? That was like the most pressing concern I had at the time. And then the state that the convention was at shut down, so the convention got canceled. And then like right after I canceled my flight, and like that was a whole thing too, because like the flights were not even, like the airline people were like not giving refunds for a little bit, and it was annoying. And then like right after I fucking canceled my flight, then my state shut down. It was like instant. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Oh yeah. I've read that like 1,000 times now. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. You've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and means to return to the Scion's home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that might be apprised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
So there's weapons, but I'm not doing them. That's all that happened, really. Oh, and also the Emperor's dead. That's a thing now, right?
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white auracite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within auracite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
Lena.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Something she doesn't want the Exarch to hear, who's basically her dad. We have a little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater was sighted in Lakeland, and I asked and your assistants were slaying it. Bobby like knocked something over. I don't even know what it was. Nothing important, I think. Sin Eater. I had yet Bobby sighting. I had heard some few remained in the night and had returned, but perhaps we should call the others? That will not be necessary. It's only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting us alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory, but you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Me? Why not Alpha know? You cannot be serious. Come on now, Nur. What could be more inspiring than fighting alongside the renowned Warrior of Darkness herself? Excellent. Well, let's make for Fort Job then. Alright, Fort Job. If you wait here a moment, I'll gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door the day the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd likely have stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning into the field, or of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But there's no way to honor her or my comrades. and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an armorer to go to save the Oracle. Strange to think that the Elmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked I escort him to the Clearmet. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when they play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know that I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. There are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Wait, is that Urianger's voice actor? I love it whenever like a main character is like out of commission for a little bit, like not talking. They just like randomly give the actor at the other bit parts. Like you saw that with Thancred. You heard Thancred all throughout Stormblood because he wasn't there. Now I'm just hearing Urianger everywhere.
By himself. Certainly does no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe he did. Never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
Huh. Warrior of Light, huh?
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Huh.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has.
Antivirus
He has
alert.
seen more than
Your
any
PC is
ever more
absolutely
weary with
fucked.
time.
Good luck.
Hi Ray, how you doing? Hope everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi everybody, my name is Neurosis. I'm a computer virus VTuber, and currently we are playing Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. We are currently in patch 5.2. We are replaying the entire main story before Dawn Trail. Welcome in though, Ray. How you doing? Let me give you a quick shout out, real quick. Okay, I can't do it here. You're good? It's good. I have like type with one hand now because like how my setup is. You're playing Magic. You're playing Magic the Gathering on stream? Whoa! Are you winning, son? Did you win? Did you win? I hope you won. Did you win? You won so hard. Great. That's awesome to hear. Well, if you need to like kick your feet up, kick your feet up, get some food, get some water, go ahead. We'll be here for a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer though. But thank you so much for the raids and for sharing your community. Yeah, we'll wind down and I'll be lurks. Yeah, have a good lurk. Thank you again.
But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
He tried to open a letter with a salmon fillet? Exarch?
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man.
Yeah, he's the cryptid Exarch. Yeah. Like, he just grabs a fucking fillet of salmon and is like, I'm gonna open a letter with this.
I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
I like Lito's just like, he's happy, I'm concerned.
It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
He's lost without you, you know? He misses you dearly.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been.
Go talk to your dad, Lena.
What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I will not keep you. You and your comments have much to discuss. I'll see the others back at their posts. Actually, wait, I can just teleport. I can fucking teleport. What am I doing with my life? What am I doing? I can teleport places. I can do that. I don't have to walk. I don't have to walk anymore. I can do whatever I want. I have flying. I have the power of flight, and I can teleport. Oh my god. The others are quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, I have a proposal that I should like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time at the Cabinet of Curiosity, and as of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Just a second, I'm like pulling something up on my phone. Okay. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehood found within many of the cabinet's tomes, when nary mention of the noble deeds Ardbert of his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but the tale is told again and again over the course of a century. I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the record stored in the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, the knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remain those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in the early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought justice to a man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken in the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of the deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. Hi, Axolana, how you doing, Fantascon? With the world on brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become the villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, the lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who'd helped you overcome Emmett Selk, correct? Such revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who knew him only as a villain. I have shared this with select few, but one and all must be hauled to a sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and grant them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Ner? Spread the word, I say. Then we're of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Becklug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see the gathering the people of the Crystarium and the etc. You'll have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. Alright, we have to go around and getting people to listen to us. Actually, we can, this was like easier if I'm not anywhere else. Just pop in here. There! I what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope you being here doesn't mean someone's hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late, which is a shame come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light? But the Exarch already spoke with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd much like to hear it. Okay, let's just pop down to the Aetherite. Like a lot of spots we gotta hit. Gotta go fucking everywhere here. Okay, let's just teleport down to Musica Universalis. Yeah, I think up here. Get the Market Man. Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? No wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrent reaps the benefits. But you're not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning to the night to Norvrent. Alright, I consider my interest piqued. Okay, we just go down here as well. Well, so what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind though. Seeing the stars so full of light and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch had mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the cardinal virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to them than that? What? You bet the stir is wrong. I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grendel not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of that one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate would bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry? You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. And one more. Guy at the top of the fucking stairs. No, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Sir, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late. I fear a repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know about the truth of the Flood, of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin eaters, abominations worthy of only scorn and resentment. I know they are not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light? Of the Flood? How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Alright, I got everyone. Let's go say things. Let's say words. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need to wait for people to gather.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
But I don't talk.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Hey, once upon a time there was a dude named Arbert. He lived in my head. Oh, he also had a dog. So like he's a ghost in my room, and he was like really cool and stuff. He used to like help people here, I think, and like he had friends too. He had friends, everybody, and so then he kind of did a fucky wucky. Accidentally caused light to consume the entire land, but it was fine, it was cool, it was all accidental and stuff. Yeah, it was really uncool, guys. Like shaking my head. And then this cool person named Billy came, and also like he gave me his axe for some reason. He didn't help me up, he gave his axe, so I had to grab his axe. I cut my finger on it, it was really cool. Anyway, we're chill.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
Exactly that.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
Now you're really embellishing my story here, but yeah, I guess so.
They gave everything to stop the Flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too. In the end, they saved us. When we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Yeah. 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 What? Is that my ghost friend? Yo, it's my ghost friend. Hi, Tomochi. How you doing? Hope everything has fun. We have a ghost friend.
Impossible.
You can see him too, right? He's not my ghost friend anymore.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
You're okay in bed? Oh my god.
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Albert.
Ready to be serenaded by Ner? Okay, I'll sing you a bedtime story. Did that lull you to sleep, Tomochi? I hope it did. Perfect.
What
Thanks.
in the world?
you! The one who slew the Eater!
There's parasites flourishing, yeah.
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
What? Ardbert, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're dead, silly. Why are you alive?
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home.
What the fuck, dude? That was a secret. That was a secret. What the fuck?
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
Huh. Sus.
Us? Warriors of light?
Yeah, just a mindset, dude. Just a mindset.
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure.
Okay, what's your plan here? What's your plan?
But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
Huh. Interesting plan there, Ardbert. Or should I say...
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy...
Or should I say... imposter.
Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private. Go.
I think there's
I
an
will stay
imposter
here and
among
watch.
us. It's a little sus. A little bit sus over here. Haha.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, absolutely not. I ate his soul. We are one now. He lives in my head.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
He's a bot. He's trying to sell Gil. That's the only logical explanation to come in there. Who else would come here as a default here?
That he is an Ascian.
Oh, that too. That's also sorry. That's also an answer.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Well, I think that's a good place to rest off today. We are like in the midway section of 5.2. Actually, I was like, as the cutscene was going on, I was like pulling it up on my phone, like, yeah, how many quests are in this fucking patch? But like, we're about at the midway point. We still have, there is one Dungo in this patch. So we'll have to do that before we get to 5.3. 5.3 is a behemoth though. So, I think, okay, so I might be streaming tomorrow. It depends. Like, I have like an opportunity to record stuff tomorrow. So it depends on like how much progress I get done on the recording part. But if I finish like a little early, get the progress I want done, then I will be streaming tomorrow at some point. Probably at the very least wrapping up 5.2. But otherwise, we're gonna send you guys off today. Let's see who's currently streaming. This is a little later than I usually go, so I'm not sure how many people I know are on right now. Let's see. Thank you for stopping in. So, tomorrow there may be a stream because it's going to be more Final Fantasy because I really need to like get out of the Shadowbringer segment of the replay. So if I at least make it to 5.3 this weekend, that'll be, I would consider that a win. But Monday at the very least, if I don't stream tomorrow, Monday is me and Vel's weekly Divinity Original Sin 2 stream at 6 p.m. Eastern, then like followed by the other 2 weekly streams I do. I should have a schedule out sometime tomorrow, either before or after I potentially stream. Yeah, tonight we are going to be headed off to, let me check how long they have been streaming. We are going to be raiding Swoka tonight. Swoka is currently playing Dragon Dogma 2, which I do need to play more of. I for some reason I like fell off of that for a little bit, but I do want to play more of it. I forget like what I abandoned it for, but who knows? Yeah, we'll say hi to Swoka, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, but definitely Monday, if not then. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Bye.